Or maybe you just need a break. What what kind of gaming laptop do you think you're gonna get? Excellent. Do you know when you're gonna get it? I gotcha. And then what's the first game you're gonna play on it? Okay. And you think you'll be really good now that you have a better computer? I understand. Okay. I gotcha. Well, welcome, welcome. How are you, Star XD, SHD? How you doing? All right, how that happens. You know that happens. No, I don't. But, you know, it's a good thing sometimes. What do you mean I'm up to? I mean, you see what I do all the time. I just do my best to go by on the street and get many people watching me talk.
Yeah. So what do you think you should do that? Yeah.
Well, I would say that I'm in like a lot more Discord, so I'm like 12 different Discords and they're all meeting me at once.
So,
So
but coming up to the New York, New York, and I read that the animal was the animal was what can do it. Yeah,
what did you just ask me?
what is the software and making it work?
What did I think the difference was?
People are bad. People make them into
Oh, Ouija boards. Oh, I'm now getting to what you're saying. Um, I don't think they should make it illegal. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
it's all the
Witchcraft?
what is the
I can tell you that, essentially, we don't use external devices to communicate with spirits. I would say that using that is akin to perhaps trying to find some kind of idol or some type of connection to the supernatural, which generally we avoid and seek disapproval, or view with disapproval or caution at least. It's not just something, it's just something that we don't normally do.
Yeah. The original that the new house and the thing is, so the Peter was the one that sacrificed and by the sacrifice the last and the sacrifices and so a lot of that and we did it so we thought that we thought that I'd say a lot of I would think that getting someone who has into the
I don't know what you're saying, but just hit play. I mean, that's
Good account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all
hey, you take care. You get some sleep, and I want to, when you can, look you to tell me all about what you plan to do with this gaming laptop over here. I know I'm not come for a little while, but you deserve it, man. So, if there's anything you can do to get your hands on that, I think that's really important. Take care. Yo, hello. Can you hear me? Who are you? Can you hear me? What'd you say? Hi. Just one moment. Madrid, and how are you?
How you doing?
Every, every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, Tim? Absolutely. Every day above ground's a blessing. Absolutely. Joy D, do you know what we're doing here? Do you know who I am? Do you know what I do? I live stream. I live 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I have more data than any person in global history. I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. We talk about some things, Joey D, that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, dark matter, dark energy. We talk about things like de-extinction. We talk about things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells. We talk about nootropics. We talk about cryonics. We talk about things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. And then that gets into my favorite, perhaps, type of technology about which we talk, and that's light mind-blowing technology. Joey D, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? No, no, not necessarily. And here's why. In the past, yeah, you're 100% right. But in the future, we'll have a type of technology that will be able, like when you were born, your life expectancy was like 80 years old, right? And when we add the things that I talked about, human growth hormone and perhaps steroids and perhaps um, stem cells, we might be able to get you to age 100 or 120, but eventually your body's going to break down. Well, then what happens? That's where we utilize a new type of technology, Jody, so that you don't die. And that is known as mind-uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system and we scan your peripheral nervous system. So we know where every single one of the atoms are in your entire central nervous and peripheral nervous system. We know where every memory you have, what made up your personality, absolutely everything that makes you, we scan into a computer for later download. That you can choose to be an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself. You could be perhaps a being, a cyborg. You could be a robot. You could be an ethereal being. You could be whatever you want to be. But what I'm telling you is that within your lifetime, as science will continue, life extension technology will merge into mind-uploading technology, and the opportunity at digital immortality may be a reality. And that's quite an exciting future. What do you think about that, Jody? Absolutely. Other things we talk about this that are really exciting and that the world has a chance to hear them, we're going to change the world. De-extinction, I mentioned it earlier. De-extinction, you may not know it. I didn't know it, but it's already successfully taken place. In towards the end of the 20th century, the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat, was going extinct in northern Spain, southern France, and it eventually did go extinct. Scientists were able to take the DNA of one of the last surviving ones and impregnate a litany of other ibexes and eventually bring one to term. It only lasted 7 minutes, but this was considered a major breakthrough for the scientific community because it was the first successful de-extinction. Fast forward to the year 2021, and the company Dallas, Texas, is called Colossal Bioscientific. They have made it their goal that within 3.5 years, by the year 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. You know what a woolly mammoth is, right? Like a big elephant, exactly. So what they're going to do is impregnate an African elephant, and then once it gives birth, reintroduce the calves or several calves into the Arctic Circle for their eventual habitation, and to reintroduce an organism into the ecosystem, which would be very interesting. Then following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, the people at Colossal Bioscientific then have on their website that they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So, like within the next, I don't know, decade, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth, a Tasmanian tiger, and or a dodo bird at maybe a zoo or at some kind of wild safari park, or perhaps even travel the zoo. Now, you may say, Rabbi, this all sounds really great, but I'm a normal person. I don't have tens of billions of dollars to be able to take advantage of this type of technology. So how's this going to benefit me? And I would understand that. Let me tell you this, Joby. I'm going to take care of you. I really mean it. I have more data than any person in global history. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm live on 33 different devices on over 300 different platforms in combination with all my streams, which is an incredible amount of data. If you know that the Guinness magazine stated in 2018, data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, water, petroleum, anything. Data is number one, and I have more data than anybody. So eventually, I'm going to become viral. Everybody will know about me, and I'll be able to make your dreams come true. Not just your dreams come true. That's easy. I want to make your friends and your family's dreams come true. I want that girl who maybe you didn't get in high school or elementary school or junior high, whatever, she's going to fall in love with you in the future. And you're going to be able to live a digital immortality in the future. And you may be able to have many different relationships with all of your previous crushes of the past, and it will be completely natural. It's an exciting, exciting future that you have for you. What do you think of that, Jordan? Absolutely. 100%. So some other things that we talk about on the stream that I think are really important for the world to hear. I'm a huge advocate for the Bering Strait Tunnel. If you know where the Bering Strait is, it's that little 51-mile gap of water between Alaska and Asia, or Alaska and Russia. So you would, if we were able to build a tunnel there, it's just 51 miles. So, well, 51 miles is a long tunnel. In Asia, they're already doing 10 and 20-mile tunnels, so we're getting. And what we would be looking at is essentially, once this is built, you can take a road trip if you're in the United States from Los Angeles or New York to London, or Los Angeles, New York to Cape Town. You could drive, which is really exciting. And one other thing of which I'm a huge advocate is the completion of the pavement of the Darien Gap. There's a little strip of about 72 miles or so between southern Panama and northern Colombia. If we're able to finish this one part of the road, essentially you'll be able to drive from Buenos Aires to London, or Buenos Aires to Cape Town. Basically, this would connect us all as a society, connect us all as people, to have the ability to travel essentially to every continent, every of the largest continents together. It would unite people, and really that's what I'm about, uniting people, positivity, wellness, self-help, about self-improvement, about overall holistic care, and just about positivity. So with that, what else do we do on this stream? Well, we play games. What kind of games do we play? All kinds of mini games. We play other games as well. But we have a group of people coming here every night, and we play. I'm also, I've been sponsored by a cryptocurrency. So if you ever see, like, dude, why does this grown man, why is he obsessed with Sonic the Hedgehog? Am I? Dude, I had a Sega Genesis when I was like 13, but after that, I didn't give a shit about Sonic. I didn't give a shit about the movies. I don't care about that stuff. However, it's a cryptocurrency, and it's a very valuable cryptocurrency. Believe it or not, when I started with this coin, it was worth less than a penny. A few weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, had an all-time high of 31 cents. Now, what does that mean? It means it is worth $310 million as a cryptocurrency. So what makes this cryptocurrency special? And I'm not trying to make you buy cryptocurrency. I'm just explaining why I have children's, like anime stuff. And it is, go for it. You okay? Let's do it. Sure. Oh, I talk all the time. For a second, man. Okay. I'm stopped now. Hold on.
All of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the women's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by what earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have, texts that form the basis of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah, the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons or particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, and his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbeinu Gershom, less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov marrying two wives and two handmaidens and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbeinu Gershom HaGola had put in place. Nevertheless, there was no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Guinness documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effected with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbeinu Gershom also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say, really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law. such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for this scholars dispute, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually, ignoring the ban of Rabbi Gershom, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called cherem, we use the term ban, but really it means kind of like an excommunication, where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbi Gershom is widely cited nowadays with regard to electronic communications, like to what degree are texts and tweets and emails private, and is the metadata, the information on the outside of the envelope, private? Can it be used in an employment dispute? All kinds of things. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regard to marriage, that in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater stringency put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege, like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment. If a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg than a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications. That's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have, a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than anyone imagined in the medieval period. But it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly used the vernacular, just like I'm speaking to you, and almost American English today, but they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew, than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men, over non-Jews in literacy was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That, people, Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least a stronger literacy than their surrounding population. It probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or practicing or something like that. And women in that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. Part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that it seems to me is in Tractate Sota, yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And it's a dispute basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused. Again, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on. And her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up, they're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, getting back to the Tractate Sota, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, "Are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all?" And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages leaned towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. Now, obviously, had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn. Women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen, and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion in the Talmud. In the modern era, when we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there are some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not for us today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says, absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. It is one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era, numerous exceptional women, primarily because of their birth. They tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. You'll even see a little bit later in the medieval period, actually early modern period, where there are women who are Rosh Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really are amazing women that are defied the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men's. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than non-Jewish peers at this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of the Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law.
This shit is the worst.
One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. And that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there's a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than that. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they, In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. But let's not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they, can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of putting together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side, it was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent in terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are reduced by historians. So fear of mortality, for example. Infant mortality is very high, child mortality very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chaparan, to carpe diem, take advantage of the home. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, were collapsed, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day. Because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, society was aware of so many tragic situations where you have these young individuals and they're separated from their intended, and they meet someone else, and all kinds of things can happen that really are disastrous for the marriage. So it became, much more practice to put these two acts together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which a woman would immerse in the bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of a Jewish community, is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvahot is very much associated with these holy communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation, a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, ritually immerse, and then regular relations would resume as well. Very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say in this context. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy, as I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like es christet sich, es jidelt sich, which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like, as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, and they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbi Gershon, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh. And basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including, upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by this ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship, but that again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business, and so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice, and indicated that travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else, to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsa literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incidents. What we don't really get, though, is like how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at, a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just, typical of a much more common type of activity? At any rate, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Well, it's especially relevant is in Spain because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain, multi-marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding ring. Apparently, they would actually own these for communities or for families, and they would be used for the ceremony, for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is! It's at the Met. Here you can see the underneath side of it. It has these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous work from that period. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. And I don't want to go too in-depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsive literature is the disputes between half-siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. I'll have to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. When you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew or levirate marriage in English, it is very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where in the biblical period women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation, they typically lived within the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of abandoned to their own devices. So, unless they were a widow, that kind of thing. So, Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of a default secondary ritual called talitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe, kind of an interesting ritual in which if he says, I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law, then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's, again, the communal program and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands or brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry her brother-in-law, something which was debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi, thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe, is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, or refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershom put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority and how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like Rabbi Gershom's demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. Hence the sign here is the get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working, and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. And this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman, or an aguna in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day. In fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an aguna is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in response literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry. And she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to, coerce something out of their wife, like child custody or the payment of debts or, distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions.
With the Rothschild, I will be singing to you. I hope you're doing well.
To it have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today. It is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with this particular situation. I would love to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into, rabbinic legal thought than I'm comfortable discussing. So let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world worked. They worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. We should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. You can see they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so that it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is at the hanging down towards the ground. And young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. It was a huge amount of women's energy. You didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. With that said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the Jewish women are much more literate in the surrounding society. They are certainly much more urban, most likely numerate as well. So we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Guinness, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rothschild, the broker, who's described in the Guinness archives, and as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies her standards to insist on having, her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in the Guinness. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well. Like a nice terrifying image from the 14th century that is described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. It's a very unusually graphic depiction. They're stealing the very valuable clothes off their line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching. We have spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the theme of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Barbanel, or Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around, and it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out, is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburgrecht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades. And this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights for the community. And it was basically observed until finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s to the 1400s was really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law that baked in. This was not unexceptional, but in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. It's an incredible thing. the circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment is very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of like cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment when we talk about the Barcelona disputation, which is right now. So when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, like who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing, and there's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote, the Pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up and vice versa. And so as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th and 14th centuries. These were kind of like big intellectual pageants where Jews were forced to participate in debates over central tenets of Judaism and, in fact, Christianity. Now, it was impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate the validity of Christianity and to encourage, sometimes coerce, Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who had like inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills of Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe his name was Pablo de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity, but not an especially, well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides, right? Like Maimonides is known, Moses, the son of Maimon. So this is Moses, the son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually, a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day. And although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. this was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be free to say whatever he wanted in this disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263 over a period of some days. And we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcripts, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really, he made very light work of his opponent. The Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, this defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather a brilliant feint that made much of the rest of the argument, very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube, a BBC film that was made, working with the transcripts of the talk, and it's really quite dramatic in general. But nevertheless, at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins, and then said to him, "I believe you should leave Spain at this point," because essentially that's saying, "I can't protect you." And so in his waning years, Nachmanides made the very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the conversos, and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester and we talk about Sfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. And the Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay like. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many centuries, Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the Book of Splendor. Zahar means like to emanate and glow kind of thing. There's a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that is in fact a genuine artifact of the ancient world. Nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from or when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism, and it was deeply inspirational throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. So that was one very strong element of kind of Spanish intellectual export kind of period. Another area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translations, especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France, where there was a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, or I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language, a Hebrew-speaking population, and really generating a lot of cultural ferment around these. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa was filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom were Jews, and the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into Southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time, really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they would have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. There's this couple of things that happened in the 14th century that really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of the strong Jewish communities and the tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula. And of course, Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, you do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings on Jews, and things like that that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks in Catalonia, but the peninsula as a whole tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty anti-Jewish attacks. There is, however, a couple of host desecration charges that follow in its wake. You'll recall we spoke about this a few weeks ago, the false charge that Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers used in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge, but nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that somehow find the Jews guilty, and sometimes you will have like mass riots afterwards. So In Barcelona and Huesca, you do have a couple of these host desecration charges in the 14th century that result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no great upheaval after that. But when King Per IV of Aragon passes away, like James I, who was actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews, they lose a major supporter. And perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what you've done before, just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Per IV, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So, but that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in a largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to the person, hey, listen, give me $100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest. It is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back type of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money. Jewish money still continued, just like if you think about today, there are all these check cashing places and things like that charge very high interest. There's still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost a certain amount of economic strength, and along with that, their political power. As the king began to lose his power, the church's power began to accelerate, and we see this expressed against Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the converso phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms really, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them, communal resentment, there's the after effect of the plague, of the Crusades even, the host desecration charges, but a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. People simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies, or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms or forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating, from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there was kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and important people to partake of the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male personages. Usually they're female in form. At any rate, the rabbi who is standing on the right of the baptismal font is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, meaning he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself off some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there is this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism onto many Jews, an unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. Now, as I mentioned in the previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, the church has an ambiguous attitude about this, because on the one hand, it's very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine of Hippo as well, that people may not be forced into baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase, "b'diavad," it takes effect. And the person who is baptized is now, in fact, a Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Edgardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid, and unbeknownst to his parents, and then years later, the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. And that occurred in the 19th century, which is just mind-boggling. Anyway, this created an unusual situation in Spain, because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This was largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region, bordering France, and in Portugal, which would be very important because for much of this period, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews. As we spoke recently, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel's grandfather fled to Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in Castile in particular, this was widespread. You also have at this time, besides Jews who are forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the Rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, who converts. He becomes Pablo de Santa Maria. He eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the disputation of Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred after the wave of pogroms and forced conversion, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations. By the way, they're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism. Berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. So in 1391, you have this massive indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christian. But after 1413 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what, I'm just going to go along with this because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion. And you know what, if God just stands by while all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, the term Marrano, by the way, is a derogatory term. It means swine. A more appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, completely Christian in every way and wish to totally jettison their Jewish background. And on the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. It's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences later on. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. You have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture. And they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associated with Jews, still eating kosher food and so on. And so you begin to have a backlash growing. One of those aspects is a discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to interwar Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood, a legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we will have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminate based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there is this distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from a Jewish background. That's what I'd like to turn to next. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. After 1391, after 1414, with the end of the Tortosa disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban. So they have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christian, whether by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often, maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community. And nevertheless, though, they are having tremendous advantages, and they are displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy, because, hey, look at this. They're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. And when you look around at people of authority, even in the church, and say, that one's a Jew, and that one's a Jew, and so on, it's a very kind of, disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are, thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors, whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past. That rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out. And the prospect of, trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, meaning the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts. And incidentally, part of that punishment meant the confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely something that Isabella and Ferdinand were interested in. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged in a brutal upending of Iberian society by creating this purge-like environment where, a Christian neighbor would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to the Inquisition. The Inquisition would arrest the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who are also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a whole list of names. They go out and arrest those people and torture those people, and the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not, Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Arbuyas, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella did not keep a lid on, but they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to attain, they had to deal with. So just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they used, which are truly horrific, and I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews of Sfarad series and see them there. These are three examples of San Benitos. They really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath that are hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, this is a decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that. You have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. And he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in an auto da fe, or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, of conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World, really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's absolutely a horrific kind of environment that gripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala, is shown in the black robe, wildly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because you still allow Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, You can see the dramatic range of expressions in the courtier's faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, the great leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented, but he refused to convert. Unlike, as it happens, the number one figure, the aged Abraham Senior, and his son Rabbi Melamed, son-in-law, who decided they would rather convert and remain in Spain than to flee with the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for the Sephardic Jews when we return. But I want to very much for your attention, your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. Thanks very much. Let's go back to the land of Israel, and although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. We may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through two, and if you like, three disastrous Roman-Jewish wars. The first major Roman-Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountaintop of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba Revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense and occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with, punitive taxation and the redirection of the machatzis, the shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact, but it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations, Yavne, for example, Usha, and especially what's going on in the north in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the prince or patriarchy, this is sometimes called. And you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Rabbi, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending, half of the people who live there. And so, even in these lectures, we would find frequently, if I use the term West Bank or if I use the term Gaza and Shomron, I'm talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities, and the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left and they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to the land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. And I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who wish to debate them, but on a historical level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exile of Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel. And definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who seemed to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths, the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically, worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which, by the very fact of the multiplicity of gods, tends to accept the idea that some other people could worship different gods. Jews did rebel, in particular, against a Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began at Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the First Roman-Jewish War. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous. And so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is the one that we use today, that corrects the lunar solar discrepancy by adding a leap month on a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover on the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that we had already experienced since the first century. So by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been a habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile and flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title. I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early. But when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus, to rebuild their temple. And Jews got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to, prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region, because there was one important center there as well. But it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that it's not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing a traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud, that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to agriculture in the land of Israel. And because it was, for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations, the Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied pretty much about the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and with several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation, but there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing also in the north. And you see, for example, that several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right in at the top of the mosaic, there is kind of like a depiction of the Ark holding the Torah, and the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you'll see in synagogues right up until the early modern period and even the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually Hebrew lettering labeled right now. And he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22. But there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's, as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand, Abraham," and so on. And it appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like a rather short skirt. For the ancient period, you always imagine her wearing longer skirts, but who knows what these rules were back then. So this is like kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that occurs in the 5th and 6th century. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that will be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure it's familiar to most of you. The western or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart of the temple courtyard. That was, and most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt. And there's a lot of political developments regarding it, but not for our discussion today. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more detail a few weeks ago, but they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They they take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century. And you can see here that it's called Jund of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic, Al-Quds, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem is the only capital of the Jewish people ever. This is a region that they've always regarded as their capital. I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is, in modern terms, the Galilee region, is under the region of Urdun. I'm not actually sure where Urdun is, but that's kind of fascinating. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel. And then down in the south, it also controls some of the region on the other side, which would once again be Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period mentions the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, which is on the coast. It's historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? You can go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many-fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans, but it does give you a sense of what a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever mono-ethnic. Always multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate much of the ancient period, and they dominated, of course, from the second half of the 20th century. But there's always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living at this time, we get a sense from when the Pact of Lamar was imposed in the 8th century. For example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Lamar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they live to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very common to ignore. Typically,
get it right, dog. We ain't never left.
The authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But
Yo,
it
dog.
does give you a sense of
This shit is so
what,
good.
the oscillation must have been like between
Really?
periods.
Rabbi,
when
can you
it was more intolerant
please
and
make this the
periods
most
in which
boring
it was
fucking thing?
more tolerant.
Oh, I
It
like
is
it when
during
you
this
have
period,
the
after
loop up
the
there.
Muslim conquest, that you begin to have a very
I fucking
large-scale
didn't even know
migration of Arabs, and in particular, then moving to the city of Ramla. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, the Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, of African American descent.
How
So
about the West Side
the
descent?
term Arab,
The
however,
gangs?
is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic
I'm
empire
100%
was dominated
gangster.
by
I'm
forces
100%
from
West Side.
Saudi Arabia, or today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was
Kids, you ready for
imposed
this
in
song?
Israel.
It goes like this.
As you
We're
move
piece of
on, of
fucking
course,
shit.
there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change
Really? That's the end of the
with
song? Did I say
Muslim
it's in the
leaders
song?
who are not
That's
Arabs
just
at
the
all, the
first
Turks,
part.
for example.
Then it goes,
But for the time being, at the beginning, it's talking about an
if
Arab
it
empire.
doesn't fucking work now,
Jewishly,
I'm going to start
there's a
throwing
lot of
fists in the
fascinating
air.
things going on here. We
Like
discussed a
fucking
little
Mike
bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the
Are
Gaelites
you fucking
in
done?
Babylonia.
Hey,
But
Mike,
for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It
where's
is
the
at
E
this
women
period
at?
of time when Jews, perhaps
I'm going to start
influenced
yelling, where the white
to a
girls
large
at?
degree
And just
by
like
the
random
Arabs
guys.
and their tremendous
Really?
love of the
Fuck
Arabic
yeah, man.
language,
Why not?
got much more
Where the black
serious
girls at?
about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting
Why
strict
not?
about grammar
This
and
shit
so on.
sucks.
So there's some question as to exactly when the Nekudot, the vowels
Where the E women at?
became a convention in terms of denoting the pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this
Is that a
time where they
woman
get
who
serious about it,
likes
and the
electronics or
so-called
an electronic?
Masoretes, from the word Masorah,
I
being
really don't know.
tradition,
I really,
begin
if you're
to
asking me,
make sure that we have Sefer Torahs
I think
that are
maybe it's
written
one of
with,
them.
not as a Sefer
And
Torah,
if it's
not as
not
a
either
ritual
of them,
element, but as a teaching element.
back in the
Written
day,
with
they like
vowels
named
and so
everything
on,
after
that's how we
I
have our pronunciation
or
today.
E. There's like
However,
iPhone,
this is no
iPad,
longer the language
everything
of
was
the
I.
Jews in daily
Then
usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua
they had
franca
this
of the
thing,
region. Jews may communicate
God,
in
look
writing
this shit.
in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of
And then they had this thing,
invasions of
it's
different
like E.
Muslim groups
They were
that
like
I'm not going to go
e-girls,
into because
e-commerce,
it's too far afield from our
e-insurance,
narrow focus on
and
the
then
Jews.
it was like,
There is one really
why didn't they use
important
other letters? Like, no, this is
interruption
Q.
in the
No,
various
everything's
Muslim
cute.
rules over
Everything's
Israel,
cute.
over, of course,
No,
the
B.
period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of
I remember this one time, Rabbi, I was watching your stream.
the religiously inspired Europeans coming and a fairly small number of people massacred at their feet of their horses and so on. In reality, the Crusades were very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they were finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic, viewed from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. The Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there, and many others were simply sold into slavery. You have a huge exodus of Jews after the Crusader kingdoms come into place. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where, not surprisingly, you see a lot of the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehuda al-Farizi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city date from his period. After he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem.
How'd you like going? Hello. How's your day? Excellent. We're just watching history lectures, just enjoying life. Feel free to listen if you want. You're always welcome. Absolutely. We're glad that you're here.
Which is, again, one of those sentences that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is, in fact, one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, but especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafot that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Rabbi of Lunel from southern France, who made his way to Israel. So here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not, significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, he found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than in places like Akko, and also something similar we have from the Rabbi Ovadia Bartanora. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which are one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled the nation. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, Safed, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat in the 15th century and created an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. Well, I'm really looking forward to speaking about that with you. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, Rabbi Ovadia Bartanora, he is the famous commentator on Mishnah, known simply as the Lav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, a tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years. And just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the dynasty. How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. It's a fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi. We can discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Right now, let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise incredibly inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, right? That's the, you have to laugh because we're also familiar with it, but it is, it's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi, it has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. Is Salo Whitmer O'Dara, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. That you look back on Jewish history and it's just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, after the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes called it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that, the Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they're horribly persecuted pogroms. And then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted again with pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to understand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to cry about. The lachrymose approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. But sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora of the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain, we've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges like blood libels. I mean, what a mashugana thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre host desecration arguments resulted in Jews being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So there's no question the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. One of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before in history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction. The idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the, kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. But many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion about their treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period, with the Holodomor, incredibly horrible things happened to so many peoples. Why do we only see that in the 20th century? Why don't we see those things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I think to answer it, or at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I've run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so, be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again is not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, but the rule is that if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. Right? So when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist. Well, nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time. It's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews. They may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. It's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be a gregarian. You have to, there are certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance. A ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. And by the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are, around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with peoples of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors in society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the Servi Camaraeregis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance. Because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation because it makes them useful to society. And at the same time, it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with a long history of urbanization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of the medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my teachers in university was Professor Alan Davies, who was a specialist in the history of church anti-Semitism, and he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abraham period of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I had fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic in the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in religious modus vivendi, a way of living. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Umar, which, although by 21st century standards obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist. As long as they, accepted the disabilities of their Dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims, and from time to time they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact of Umar allowed, but it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries, and this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming, so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I wonder if the plural of impetus is impeti, Probably not. Sorry for getting distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and you did have episodes of forced conversion, episodes of massacres, but on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declines so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis din v'leis dayan." It is leis dayan, leis din. There is no judge, and there is no judgment. Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, "Thou shalt not kill." That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only ironically really possible in a secular intellectual environment. God forbid. So these ideas of the Pact of Lamar and Doctrine and Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple of years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of Jewish people. Thank you again for being here. Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here on this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with the rulership of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait of the Bosporus that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which would mark the end point of today's quick video, it becomes named Istanbul, and it becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel as well, and of course the concentration of it is in Asia Minor, the Balkans, and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately, the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, meaning a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century onward. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. At any rate, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called Golden Mouth, who issued a number of really flaming and nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact really on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are accepted. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular. When the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago, the Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century that has a kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink. It's on a kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's red as well, and he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of a stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There was actually 2 distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Khasta ibn Shahut with figures purporting to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South Italy at this time. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have 2 figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples. Like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian, Subota. And there's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly, stated idea of the Crusades, which was to, free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority of them decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trades. Textiles, in particular, are a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Rothschild, may rest in peace, was also involved in the textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders. But outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in the Greece and the Balkans. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring in an entirely new period in Jewish history, would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Yeah, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching. So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period, about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, you don't very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married, or God forbid, getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now, and in fact, it is different, and you can't really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change, and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and you say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because, there's lots of great research that's, psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and an end to a story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German word Geschichte or in the Hebrew Divrei Hayamim, but well, it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of the major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks in time, why these 3? Why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. When I say Western, I mean this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions absorbed. This is kind of the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, we've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire and its huge extent and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I. It came crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced nearly as far as we thought we did with the brutality of that conflagration, and then, of course, how much more so with World War II and the genocides of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into three areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. That's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these two ages, the ancient and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word? I guess chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means, unlike Western civilization, the decline of the generations. So if you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus and the receiving of the Ten Commandments and amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again, and then okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanaim and then the Amoraim and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on and on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So we can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval model. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I'd like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization under Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant for reasons that will become very short. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. These are things that happen in the late modern period. Also, political change, huge political change, the era of revolution, starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science, right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins, right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. So people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution that I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron cart and we attach those cart to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication. And, it works again, more and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, as we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, in a very different age, an information age, where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other and building our economies around the internet, digital communication. But that's too much for now. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who were living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called Old World is now connected with the New World in a very powerful and important way that would expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century in our own lifetimes, in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of a large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. We use the gender man because that was feminism and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is true. That there's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text, like the Bible, that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, hey, you know what, let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to take on faith, which was considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent in the 19th century onward, one might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in the modern period. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. So therefore, the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around groups of people and said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolutions. You have that as well happening, especially 1900 onward. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that, and by the way, so these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. But Jews are affected by that largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the global trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world, beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos of the series, is that modernity implies a question of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level. I mean, we have had, before that, lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim, and typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They're almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious, or ethnic, or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating how to get to the Jews. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular, because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history in the modern world, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1397. So you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, who made their way to Portugal thinking that hopefully they will be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews while nevertheless having Christian status. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it hits a crisis point where, these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at the risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Portuguese Inquisition. Will they simply abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and within a few generations hopefully forget it? And the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese these Jews oriented themselves to the outside world? Would they abandon their Christian identity and I shouldn't say that. Should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside, but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitanos, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and to other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Chaviv, which means beloved. And Lusitanos, of course, is a reference to Portugal. It's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity, but I'm also proud son of Portugal. Fascinating. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Julio da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who was very famous, highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. And as you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist? Some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of God that most rabbis would approve as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much. In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. Of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they live. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant
You need to
migrations.
check your
Of course,
facts
there's
with your
the early
administration team,
migration
period.
of the
We went through this
patriarch
yesterday, period.
from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel.
You need to go
Of course, there's the
people
biblical
in this
description of
server and
Jews,
ask
a
them
tiny population of
what is
70
going on
individuals moving into
my case,
Egypt,
period.
and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple.
And then get back to
a
got
little
it?
bit further south within the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of it. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel.
I don't have time
and
to
after
check
that failed revolt against
You
the
tell
Roman Empire,
everyone in the server, quit messing with me in the BC.
And the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq, I should say emigrated. They were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population, actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandria population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, even Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So we have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them moved into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River cities that had already been settled with Jews in the first century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives gradually eastward, and then there's kind of a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in year 1290, and the Jews basically crossed the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Thessaloniki, and very significant, not huge, but important movement to Sfat in Israel as well. And then I made a distinction with the green arrows, and that's like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was
do you fucking understand? I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna have to. I wouldn't kill him, but I fucking.
Also,
where am I gonna have to fucking convince you otherwise?
There's an increased demand
I
for
wouldn't
Jews
fucking kill him, but I'd like
all
be like
areas
dog.
of commerce as leaseholders.
Did you kill him? No, but I was like, dude, I was about to because he's so fucking stupid.
In the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into Eastern Europe. And if you switch back into the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail in this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period,
No. I fucking make the rules. Now it says period. Rabbi Rothschild rules, and the rules are actually fucking extreme.
Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. 70% of them are in Europe. And as you can see from the scattering of dots on this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once such a major population center, but clearly by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe. Europe empties out quite significantly when we get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again,
so I suggest that you educate yourself, period. I'm going to close this right now,
like
but no, if I get
France,
kicked out
so
again,
but
I will reopen it.
With the 1880s,
please communicate to everyone to stop messing with me in the DC.
This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live.
In the chat very nicely, and I stream my camera, which is allowed.
Ukraine, Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia, But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. So this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. Massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moved to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. And of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924 and 1928. About 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the populations. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews, 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well. And significant populations in other parts of the world as well. Now, what happens in this brief video smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I have to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and look forward to speaking to you.
Just don't fuck up. It's like very.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, you fucked up. Okay.
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture, and quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of the unusual Chinese Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. He was the first important leader. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing this with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. It happened to be a Saint John the Baptist day or his anniversary or something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, we have the first four Gospels,
Before you
first
talk to me
four
anymore,
books
you
of
need to
the
talk to
Christian
Tootsie
Bible.
and
And Etienne thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? It's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Etienne was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating to his homeland. Now, from Etienne's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of things. And the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi.
I already had this
Apparently,
discussion
as the story goes, the chief rabbi
It is on
Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story, but the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork,
the
that
only
was
thing I
very
don't do
problematic. So
is
there's
use the
no way
microphone.
you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork.
Check with your leadership
By the way,
before you
when
talk to
the
me
Jesuits
anymore.
asked the
Period.
Jews,
You're looking like a fool.
have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, well, yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in the tradition, or the Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations. It was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth. Which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than the Jews who were with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence of Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to
it's not in the rules.
The
Quit talking to
of
me.
the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. I'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domenge, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times. That it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this. But Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it, and open up the box and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. The Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, there quite a few of them are on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from Encyclopedia Judaica. You can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports that people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the countries are, or how active they were, what they were like, but there's clear reference to Jews being present in Muslims, with whom they were frequently associated. And the mind of Chinese administrators is often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade.
As well.
And what's important about this particular silk route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, and presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual, who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the Spice Route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the Spice Route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating themselves as well. We have several stelae, stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest that dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a fourth text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. And this memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives us some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that the Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase. It says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jijiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing for, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry and Jewish tradition, very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of this particular brick, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a
I don't want you involved in this ticket because it is an accusation that you are discriminating against me. Period. Stay out of
more
this.
Doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, they were baked into
and kicking me
Jewish
from the car. And you say it's not a big deal.
Ancestors, but
That
appealing
is
to
kicking on.
God on the merit of the ancestors, in Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. So it's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps.
You have the information that you need, period.
Jews
Please quit picking on
caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor.
We won again.
Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in the genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel. And those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than
This
others to do so,
motherfucker
which I guess is broadly extended to American Jewry as well. The last thing that is a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th and 20th centuries. One of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up
this shit is
selling
fucking
their Torah scrolls
amazing. Why?
to Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe. And in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is
It's not a big deal.
high
But I mean, I gotta get my ass up and adjust the fucking thing, and it's like a
people who
right?
analyze
So
their
fucking
Torah
small.
scrolls
You
and
have no
explore the
idea
rest
what
of
I'm
the
going through
information
over here. Y'all just crap them has no fucking idea. What the fuck?
Losing their ability to
Prophet doesn't
actually
know his
copy
head
the
from
Torah
the
scroll
bullet.
effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chef, Chaf, or Aleph, Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. You know, the letter Vav overused, like you see and these the confusions of all of mine and things like that.
Shout out
So
to the
with
other lady who wasn't.
the loss of these Torah scrolls, the community has fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kaifeng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kaifeng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrate remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. Just want you to know, I really restrain myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent, and then you have the Bnei Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers of the node. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Supara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arab historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Laban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language, in Telugu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a poloches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple, where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin would separate the result of the ark that holds the Torah. A curtain that, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple, where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married, fascinating concept. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the parochas. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use natural flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The coaching used significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements. But we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli, until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Jewish community, that would be the so-called Bnei Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of Bnei Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century, there's a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and the generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who are heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to a classism. You have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste of Kohanim are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in more videos. Thank you. Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction, the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who consider themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. It's a fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification, religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut and Mizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazic. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. But anyway, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. Where it's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel. And in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact that's what it would be called at this point, although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. And this is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. Now, what happened in Tzfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal. And over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Sfat. The great Moshe Alshich, a fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Tomer Devorah, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Sfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Sfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There was earthquakes that affected Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of these Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Tzfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. This is a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman. In the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme. And it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and folds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of these Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian route, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the calf, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III. And these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism. And ultimately, he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Guinness Absurdum, which was a papal bull that essentially said, it is so absurd, that's what the title really means, the beginning of this bull, this document, it was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered. And it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Méndez Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader. And it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background. And she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually kill 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravanel, from the famous Abravanel family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravanel was from the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture actually of Benvenida Abravanel. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, the Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to save that for you later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of the sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus, that graces the Statue of Liberty was, of course, written by a Sephardic Jew, Emma Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later videos. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss in great detail. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is central and memorable of the countries that we live in. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us fresh and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year. Blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional calendar, Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to do a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number, he'll never eat more calories than the calendar year number. He says, thank God I'm not Jewish, right? Very good. I know a lot of you don't know that. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. When I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on temporary political boundaries to get a sense of what it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into Europe, Russia, and down into the Central European countries as well. And
how did you find out about me from the accent?
I was through the Switch as that book.
Yeah, I'm live in 12 different Discords right now. Live in Ross's Discord, I show Speed's Discord, quite a few different ones. So, yeah. How did you do that? Well, we're just watching some history lectures. If you watch along, I can have on like somebody to get history. But you should know history about like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for what piece. I don't know war anymore. I've been doing this now for more than 3 years. We have more data on this stream than any person in global history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the formation of a kingdom. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about dark matter, dark energy. We talk about deep space. Back to let me read into the biosphere. So like what? Actually, deep extinction took place successfully in 2003. The Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, went extinct, and scientists were able to bring one to fruition for 7 minutes, which make that was seen as a major scientific breakthrough. Fast forward to 2021, there's a company called Colossal Bioscientific out of Dallas, Texas. Their goal is to reintroduce the woolly mammoth back into the environment within the next 3.5 years. So within like the next 3.5 years, you may be seeing woolly mammoth at a zoo or at a safari park or on the news or something, which is really exciting. Following the woolly, following the woolly mammoth, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the donut bird. We also talk about some things that are affect you directly. When you were born, Sabrina, your life span would probably be about 80 years with potential life extension technology, perhaps stem cells, perhaps human growth hormone, perhaps inversion therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps cryonics, perhaps nootropics. You'll be able to extend your life to maybe age 100, 120. But eventually, I think, Sabrina, you'll agree that your body's going to break down. That's when we get to an even better or more advanced type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Sabrina, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die? Has anyone ever told you that they don't think that you are going to die? Well, there's a first for everything. So, Sabrina, I don't think you're going to die. I really mean that. Okay, how? Well, moving past life extension technology, we move into mind uploading technology. What is mind uploading technology, you may ask? We'll expand your brain and your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer for later download. As an android, an avatar, a clone, a cyborg, a robot, a neural being, cybernetic being, whatever you want to be. Basically, you'll be able to choose your life to be essentially a bigger immortality. And if you're like, hey, Rabbi, that sounds great, but I'm just a normal person. I don't have all the money in the world to be spending on life extension technology, mind technology. Not to worry. I have more data online than any person's over history. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. You should know that data is its number one resource. It's more valuable than food, than water, than air, than gold, than petroleum, than anything. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if and when it does, I'm going to help everyone help me along the journey. And Sabrina, you're one of those people. Absolutely. So that's a little bit about me. In case you wonder what I'm doing. I literally am always live, so you can always come in Discord and check me out. I'm live on every platform available. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Facebook accounts. I'm everywhere. I'm essentially omnipresent. I'm doing everything I can. That years everywhere. Absolutely unhappy. The internet is a good place, and the world is a good place. But at least we have everything now, and so you know that, oh, I know what this person does. Seems like it's cool. And whenever you want, you come in here, drop by. We'll be watching. So we watch a lot of different things. I like to watch history lectures, but we also watch stand-up comedy. We watch movies. We watch documentaries. We watch sports all the time. So we watch their movie. So there are a bunch of people in this Discord. I mean, I have 1,300, but every night we get like 12 different people or so that come in here. And then there's a core group that games every night in here. So those are the people that I agree with, people who are normally in the Discord. So what do? We watch the NFL. We watched Thursday Night Football last night. We watched college football. We watched pro football on Sunday and Monday. We have a huge fantasy football team and a good fantasy football league. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's what all this Harry Potter Sonic stuff is. And believe it or not, the meme coin, that's worth $300 million. So, like, basically, it's about 25 cents each right now. Yeah, so absolutely. So like I can tell you, like when I started with the coin, it was worth less few weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, we had an all-time high of 31 cents, which is a $310 million market cap. We're somewhere around like a $270 million market cap. If that happens, we're very happy with it. We think we may hit a $1 billion market cap by the end of the year. When we do that, we have a yacht party in Cancun. So we're all very excited about that. If you're like, who's we? It's the cryptocurrency. You can't see right now, but I've been in the cryptocurrency Telegram, just like I'm live in Discord, but I've been live in Telegram for more than a year. So that means anyone in the community has the opportunity to come in, ask a question, find out more about the coin. I've just essentially been a concierge for this cryptocurrency for more than a year, and it's done really, really well. So I'm really proud of it. Another project that's somewhat associated is an NFT. And let me just say this. I don't want you to buy this. I'm not here to sell you a crypto. I'm just making you aware. When I started this NFT was worth less than they were giving away. A few weeks ago, they were $800, $11,000 worth last week. So it's like, whoa, why are they doing so well? It just keeps gaining ground. Inflation and the fiat currency keeps burning, and cryptocurrency keeps getting stronger. I can tell you the thing that makes this cryptocurrency the best cryptocurrency in the world is that it's backed by data. I've literally been streaming it since it's been founded, essentially. So you'd be able to go back in time and actually watch, like when the cryptocurrency was worth less than a penny, see when it was worth 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, and just watch it grow. It's a really exciting project. It's a really exciting potential for society to be able to see all this live. Yeah, absolutely. I'm live on 8 different YouTube channels right now. Yeah, I'll tell you on what I'm live. Sure. I'm live on 8 different YouTube channels right now. Can you hear me? You still can hear me? Okay, I can hear myself at least. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. So let me give you a rundown. In answer to your question, yes, I'm live right now. I'm live on 8 different. I'm on live on like 8 different laptops, and here is on what I am live. Just for a moment. The whole world. Yeah. All right, we are live right now on the following platforms: 8 different YouTubes, 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. I'm not gonna say 8 different houses. 8 different TVs, Instagram. We're live on Discord. More than 8 though. We're live on like 15 different Discord. Live on 8 different Billies, 8 different Gone Live. I'm live on a bunch of different programs. I'm live on 8 different local TVs. I'm live on Video Live. I'm live on Nemo TV, Nono Live. I'm live on T Live, UNAV, Breakers TV, Trovo, Vault, Odyssey, XC2 Live, and Arena TV. So that, like, when you think there are 8 different computers, and each one of them is streaming to all of them, multi-streaming, means I'm putting out far more content than one person. Sure. All you do is type Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live. But if you want to see my YouTube streams in this Discord, at the very top, you'll see it says Shalom, then Welcome, then Rule, then Announcements. Under Announcements, it says 24/7 live YouTube streams. It has like a red circle by it. You click that, click the link, and you'll see all my different YouTubes. So you'll always be able to find all my YouTube stuff. Okay, well, what you can do is click that link of the YouTube. You see the YouTube? Okay, so click the link and you can see all my different YouTube streams. Oh, there you go. So That's been going live 24/7. Exactly. Absolutely. So you can see this is quite a big project. It's essentially a time capsule for the world. And eventually, when people find out about this, it's going to go viral. It's going to be very exciting for the world to be able to see it.
Yeah. Like one day somebody would be always good for like other time, this time, like with the graph, over time, like if like a world, like internet, somebody could pick it up and just graph how it looks at.
You absolutely can do that. More importantly, though, we're studying the human being. So we'll know in the future what my heartbeats per minute were, what my circadian rhythm was, what I dream, what I'm thinking, my muscle movements. You'll be able to remove different layers of this and change my clothes with augmented reality. You'll be able to see what my bone structure looks like and my muscular structure to learn not underneath the skin. You can't see what my bone structure looks like right now without like an X-ray. And in the future, using augmented reality. Right, exactly. But in the future, all of that will be available right from your computer. So you'd be able to know the temperature in here, the dew point, the humidity. You'd be able to know if there was any wind. You would be able to know all kinds of things I can't even perceive. But basically, like what that brightness was, what perhaps my body temperature was, heartbeats per minute, if I had goosebumps, anything about the human body that we can't currently perceive, we'll be able to in the future. And that will be studied in the university and in higher academic. Simply from the fact that we have one person essentially as an example of Homo sapiens, of the human species to study. We've never had more of an opportunity to understand the human psyche or the human body before. It's literally years worth of footage.
So it'll basically come and talk into every administration, like what the you're gonna give us the phone, like down to
Well, it's not necessarily true. Maybe you're looking at the wrong pictures. Maybe you're looking at the wrong animations. The ones that I see are almost utopian. They're not dystopian at all. They're very utopian. They're like interstellar travel and biodomes and like terraforming other planets. It's all really exciting. Future. I don't know what that's. I mean, I know what a biodome is. I don't know what his plans are.
yeah,
Well, you should know the biodome is already built. It's in Arizona. It's been around for like 30 years. The biodome is already built. It's in Arizona. It's been around for 30 years. Yeah, just a moment. I'll tell you everything about it. Oh, that's different. Okay. No, that's an iron dome. Yeah, totally different. It's essentially a self-contained building that provides machine-like function. Absolutely. Sabrina, you take care. Come back whenever you have time, my friend. Excellent. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for coming. Can you please communicate to the server to quit booting you from the VC? This has happened over 55 times in the last. even there. Why not? What the fuck shit? Shout out to Sabrina. Dog, Sabrina, that is the most feminine fucking. Is it? What's the most feminine name of all time? Dude, I knew this one girl by something with a feminine name, but it's like the fanciest fucking name. What is it? Chiffon. Is it Chiffon? I know a girl named Chiffon, and everybody called this bitch Sibian. Oh, yeah. The poor thing. Really? Because it was spelled like this. How do you spell? Or was it chiffon? How did you spell? No, it wasn't chiffon. Shit, what was that girl's name? It wasn't chiffon. In Irish? No, it wasn't chiffon. It was like Sabian or something. What is that called? Name? It's like soy soy butter. Yeah. Chiffon. It's an Irish name. Oh, it is. Oh, how do you say this? It's chiffon. But we'd always be like, oh, that's Sibian. And they're like, yeah, chiffon. Johanna. That is great. And you call him Sibian? Yeah, really? Fucking hey, man. Can you fucking imagine? Dude, somebody's talking to me. Yo, yo, Toxic. Hey, how are you? Yo, dog. Can you see this? I see you. What up, baby? Hope you're living like a pimp. Yo, I got two fucking people watching me right now. One on fucking Rumble, one on fucking Locals, and no one on YouTube. Son of a bitch, we missed them by a fucking minute. Why? Because this motherfucking thing doesn't have sound. Oh, there. Hey, I do look in the chat. I see you. I just saw you over there. Can you see me? Hi. Can you see me? Toxin Williams. Shout out to Toxin Williams. I see you, dog. I fucking see you. Toxin Williams. Yo, pimp, I fucking see you. Everybody's complaining about this device having a shit microphone. Oh, well, they're gonna make it better. Update your life. Yo, dog. Bro does check his fucking shit, man. This shit. Yo, baby. Applebee. Fucking Turkish bitches. What's the hottest country you've seen on? Probably America. All right, but not America. Name another hot country. Okay. Honestly, yeah, Spanish probably could be a lot more popular. There are tons of hot, super hot Spanish and they don't. I don't really know. It's big super huts. Maybe a couple. Okay, so Spanish is probably two. English is one. Spanish is two. That's saying globally, just for kids. What's three? British. What thinks that we are worth the same amount as booze? That's fucking stupid. Bitch, I can see your feet at a fucking Foot Locker. Lady Foot Locker. I don't need your fucking kids. I want fucking kitty kids. Really? Yeah. How does this voice shit, dog? Yo, can you hear me better now? Yo. What? It was me. Yo. Yo, can you hear me better now? Yo. Can you hear me better now? Dog, I can hear you so fucking well. It's unbelievable. Oh, not that fucking sound. What is that bird shit?
So the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply strictly to Poland because but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews reside. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to. At any rate, where did the Jews
one huge titted chick? I don't think she's
which became the dominant
that girl,
sector
literally, this bitch looks like she's got two hefty bags strapped on her. Really?
So
These
there is
things
a
are like
small
this.
migration
This woman is walking around like a cone head and it's under.
the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from the Byzantine times and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references
Oh, dude,
to
you're there.
Khazarian Jews, for example, in the Russian Chronicles, the published in the Kiev, which not strictly speak Russian, but refers to Kiev, the region that was at that time. And there's references to
Your
Jews
shit.
from
Your
Khazaria
street never stops.
in particular.
Why? Because it's so
And they
fucking
left
boring.
behind, as we discussed,
It's just literally you yelling at me.
Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and even how extensive this penetration was, and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up until the 16th century. They're coming from the western part of Europe. They're primarily from Germany, France, making their way sometimes to Austria, Hungary, places like that.
We're going to check this guy one more time. Okay. I know it took too long.
There you see lots of traces of European cultures, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, the Rhineland,
That was
all the way to the east,
Hey,
like British, of course, Jews, and that was basically
everything you need to know about the youth
there's not too much of
What do you think of it? I think he's probably
indigenous cultures. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region, as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we've been doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal mentors, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily makes money for themselves, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish
Motherfuckers,
actually
you don't fucking let me in this court. You raise it really fucking down. This shit is going fucking great, bitch.
The term Mashka Karo, which is clearly
I'm a Jesus.
a 12th century word that highlighted that these Jews. Now it's fascinating. Why would the early distinguished nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in future lecture. We talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of the early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Polish Lithuanian property, there are both push and pull factors. There are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Moshe Israel is from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful terminology in Hebrew, Polin. Here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? And the first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they relied on legitimate authorities to maintain Rechtsstaat as a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks that are not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate it, and they'll have a proper criminal trial. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. When you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or as we discussed in the lecture on crusades, more of the ragtag followers of crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, all of the blood libels that we've also discussed in previous class resulted in a series of expulsions, and France in particular was re-expulsion in the 14th century. So there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than ever before. Now, there's also pull factors. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after after the Mongol invasions of 1241. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making money, physically making money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to the Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually fighting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are ignorant, you live in concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Polish. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and it's logo. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, it nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews can move in and set up businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll get more about this when we get to the context of Eastern Europe. But Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, Provenantia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales, and some will have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals who say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and they move to Krakow and they find, how to put themselves into the secular environment. People live within communities. You're part of a Jewish community, like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You're also belong with the community for taxes and punishments sometimes, things like that. So the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about Jews into the a series of rights that guarantee, above all, safety, rights to live in peaceful areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to find various goods. There will be a lot more to say about this because the year breaks down very significantly with Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this is a pretty straight-up violence. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kiddush, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to this. There's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest concentration of Jews in the world. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Empire as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means less than 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine, southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west and the border of Germany, and to the north and Lithuania. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, particularly in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of the Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on where they're referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, rather amazing thing. We spoke about arrangement of the Jews in the Tripila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by paying their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to food, wives and abortions and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. Each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly, and what happened was in Finland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, particularly at the beginning, and they would make decisions on the fact that all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in the world. It's really a rather amazing to this. By the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the index of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish state, the state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering any social functions that they wanted to themselves. Once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands called, that which led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made us stringent on the way in which Jews lived and see themselves within the Polish state. This is really one of the high points of the Jewish Communist threat. These stuff until the rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really golden era for Jewish civilization. Comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain, and before that in Catalonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. Plus, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel. That would be a topic in the future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I'd like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonian. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, which we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. And you read that Hadora, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charles Heston as Moses in the Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing in manuscripts and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographers really count populations in terms of how far away they are from science. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the Temple era, Second Temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah. And this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, and I hope to discuss that at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, what exactly are the Acharonim? What exactly do they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't known a lot about it, and I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries. Meaning, rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halakhic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. And that's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what do they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishon. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's an interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishon. Like when I went to yeshiva, which is I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian style yeshiva, we spent a almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Achronim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast, even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage. The language is just kind of like a breath of fresh air. The Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And the third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Achronim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case. And they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Achronim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of Achronim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, a remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we should see in the next lecture, probably. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. However, why do we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why do we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Bet Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author. As if to say, this is really the model of all action. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. In fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Bet Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Torah. And what he does with the Torah is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Bet Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Bet Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same author, is considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spain. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and practice. For the time, Kanievsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halacha, which is where the Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there's some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever, anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Hanukkah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about these, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganiyot, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharonim, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. What are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual and literary religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion. In fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in a big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. There you see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact, even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Tzfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. I will just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the lekabel, to receive, in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period. And we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Felian. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical appreciation of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here in inspired by the motto that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere that we have in English, which is round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. And I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keter means the crown, Chachma Bina means wisdom and understanding, or you can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well, spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient world. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you see that each of these different colors and symbols represents a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10th sphere that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just giving you a sense of what it is that they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author, among other things, of Lecha Dodi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Moshe Cordovero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Ariza, known as the Holy Lion, Rabbi Gloria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them were concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s in this one region. They are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. for the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovera, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the Sefirot are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sefirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ari. That everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have an extra of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a kippah, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovera, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidus in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of Smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, a great movie directed by Cecil B. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. But Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the talk as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we were looking at the Jews of Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, like not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi, like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Cordovera, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovera because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there's a small group of people about half a dozen that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It's a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world. But there are many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, said, wait a second. Unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos in mind that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bohdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places, such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, not sure what the right word for it, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they were the raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they're concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhzhia Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town, and own, the bread mill, and own the bridges, and own the orchards and the forests, and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that, in fact, this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Piatti. The so-called Kretschmann, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society, service, which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man shown here, Bogdan Chmielnicki, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious repression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Chmielnicki and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat, the Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the equal decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew Yevet Mesula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as "the abyss of despair." This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from the Book of Hammon to the important commentator of the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly tweeted about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on the political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well. And one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the, one may argue, the elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-page note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnost in Kyiv today, monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. And the original version of this rather heroic statue, the original draft, actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there was a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews have had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you would like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi, a very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of, newspaper articles, the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities, and he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. When you see this kind of pose with, blue cans or something like that in France, certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon appears like this, because many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on northern communities in Eastern Europe. And it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Nicola Hamel, in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, to rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression, anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a Messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady warmth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating, I think, in the name of the Arizal of Isaac Lurie, which really poses a kind of apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from future losses and displaced populations after Zelensky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In ways not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we have in precious copy manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information in classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like yeshiva. This may be actually one of the areas where Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in two other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah, that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, and he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. He would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and silence, and so on. These went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there are other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead. People tend to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era in the Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist, and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Was, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involve antinomian behavior. Antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week as they're spread out throughout the year. He regularly, as I mentioned, pronounced the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways. And these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. The prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with the exchange of spouses. And he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week. And she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this, kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, on one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading Sabbath services. So in many ways, he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. this idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have generated still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through a proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from the printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? That's the whole story. Here's one broadsheet that printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself a Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time. And then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove. And his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period. But some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dunman. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife, Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she's got exactly the same hairstyle. Interesting. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dudna, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in the reading of Psalms and engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see the Dudna actually are a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dudna. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbatianism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Jonathan Ivershurst, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yeshayahu, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression in some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And, I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures and take care. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, The mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarney. And he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto-Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century, with a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was a result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews and Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne in Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting influence. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps they're faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? But anyway, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. So the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retakes the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. And you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of the Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 15,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and are moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants. And there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I know it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in the series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Aviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, a very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe, and otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement and tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform. I know we have this term, Reform Judaism, that refers, it's the American equivalent of what is called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who has spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, a great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Simon Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that, you know, the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its theology have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand that within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure. And in 1772, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Ukraine. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. A lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region particularly in the southern area of Anatolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kanzonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting tax and so on. We'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the integration of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness, the chesed, of course, kindness. And a chassid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, illusion or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism? Our emphasis on the Veikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine, Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people to study Kabbalah was anathema. Hasidim began to develop this as the desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zerger, someone who just recites songs, just going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decay elements of the Jewish community under the Polish Lithuanian Covenant that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they used the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who is known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, in particular, who were known as Baalei Shem, which was literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern in Northwestern, shown here in his youth when he first went to Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Picasso or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Balshan, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found indeed tax records that specifically refer to the Baal Shem Tov living in Rashi. It gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have done this well, but still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe. I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based history. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region, in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim, or Mitznagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category as Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah. So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Dworzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that, in many ways, the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Mitnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Mitnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by Mitnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Mitnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that, Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? So you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure. Both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dino's primary contribution to the historiography, saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than that, oh my gosh, just spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention. Like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for a Sabbatean movement, and then had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel, the Tefs, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrest the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman Ziadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic Renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They would study kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague, my friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and I come home. But I said to him, Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because it was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner. Right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times, I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I was on back to study those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page. As, this is really important. You've got to study this right now, and you know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rabbi, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara on the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he is to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world. The outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. Very controversial kind of thought. But we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes at different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Masculine. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Masculine, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Québécois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps. But speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins, where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could, like, squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, gosh, this is horrible. If there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely, maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues, where issues of science and Torah and tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights on Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some masculine, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, although Friedlander's suggestion is considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx, who have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Hirsch, argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation, didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but that's not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Zweifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right, the Hasidim with their ideals of deveikut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany. That's Moses Mendelssohn, so the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Zweifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways, it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. It's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very enslaved life. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. Groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers, or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce, because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which is another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They're also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when things in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were clearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white, like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, you know, and the 19th century as well. You know, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. The Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There's a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, and also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. You know, there was questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, a very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step on. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath. He would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, you know, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that, you know, there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, you know, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Cruz actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? So she composed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman, and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews started saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We were also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews, and Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate, they were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability, is that a word, the assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables in the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint of what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, it wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided them with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Finkelstein, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of his day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranz 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a sort of a backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassan Sofer, a very important Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, long struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner. And there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote a work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "the Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune. And he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. And today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so it really was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadtland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual, and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves, and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date on which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value. And if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control that. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and a few charts that I'd like to show you right now, it's really interesting articles published in 2019 by Irina Grosfeld, Sekun Sorkan Sakale, and Katerina Zhuravskaya, that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Pale Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move it over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, with a terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, and do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, which was the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonistan crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all. That is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so we can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country, we're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately would force the Russian government to change its way of operation. What it's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented a way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying, let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying, let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here. The third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with a large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and is trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism. That said, essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. The Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. There's a huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envisioned their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with diaspora nationalists. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian Empire, which turned out, not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion of the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Guinness Israel, Achim, several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last couple of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. They're going to have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we can all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of doakite, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If you look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and doakite, most important party is the General Jewish Workers' Bund, BUND, that was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Taylor settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big in doakite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. So they're really more existing within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important groups, the Zionists, and there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations. But the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, same year as the Bund, had the General World Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionisten, the General Zionists. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists. And they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel, or the great powers. And they felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive. They must be much more militarily trained. They should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Poalei Zion. And this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labor Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line, and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in Mizrahi. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, the renewed traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Sian Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I do give a 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happened to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do the Kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Al Bashan, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe is dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, in 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them, and they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So the protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the Hayden Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that are located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tavarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there, with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. Typically, there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often, the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually, it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx. with the word international, referring to the socialist international. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels in the top as to who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in the secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by the Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'll talk about next. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later. And it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. And they called themselves the Provisional Government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Tovarishch Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, though, have a look at this page here, which shows you a remarkable artifact of that unusual era. This is a 100 Karbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word "Sto Karbovanets" in Ukrainian, right? Which, of course, the official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, 100 Karbovanets, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this, because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, several of them in the former Soviet Union, and eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Duchy Litera. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or in Ukrainian, whatever you like. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement that is a coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and that, of course, is the Jewish and the Ukrainian populations. They're very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-wing, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable, but there are a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time, Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with a larger population, it tended to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of a society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, when it comes to this kind of thing. So they ended up aligning themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society, that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant powers to themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magachi, who's one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border. Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here. And it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community. And you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page. But the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter. And so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space. and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukraine. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology. This is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who are active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, we talked in the previous lecture, were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There are a number of foreign armies. The Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since, Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. It's really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal book. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, and specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petlura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petlura was a former journalist who early on in his career had actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petlura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petlura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews, who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually pogромized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth, some of them literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they've never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petlura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petlura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Mr. Petlura?" And Petlura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for, assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petlura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petlura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Petlura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petlura as, let's say, an architect of the pogroms, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility in the pogroms. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment, the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and Machno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. So the communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire and policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly, ultimately NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There were some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual, coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union. And he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of neo-communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to, explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym VITSIC, which referred to the All Russian Central Committee, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym; it was a Yiddish acronym for Vutsen Eden Kommandier, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important, influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to the size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was a vast majority of Jews who were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, who recognize the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So it's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemenstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian countries, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, roots as in a tree, or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism, right? nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizacja was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, or they eat kreplach, or whether they ate, I don't know, perohe, and whatever it would be, it would still be naturally communist if only you can get past all those other things. So that's the policy of Korenizacja. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material, he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which, really huge, was this idea of atheism, because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. Sounds almost funny, actually. And this was targeting all religion, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being hope of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things, like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses, that Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar, and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of like 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century, living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them, we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it looked very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also modern Hebrew was too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarish, as in English, comrade. How do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet vet resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish, in the Soviet period, it will be written chaf aleph vav vav ayin resh, which is 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you would be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. The Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you use the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see in the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yevsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called manatzpach, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they were written at the beginning of the word, and they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and so in return, we forced a new letter on them. Right? You can see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate the Hebrew sound. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which is way out in the border with China, 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was, we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there, exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national form and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine, and in particular affected the Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, a huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. These colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that there were wreckers, there were people who were somehow deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership. And the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen, as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War II broke out. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to begin discussing the Holocaust, one of the most difficult chapters in the long history of Jewish people. Please note that this information is intended for educational content only. I will only be speaking very briefly about the Holocaust in the context of this series, but if you are curious and motivated to learn more about it, which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is free and open to the community, please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period of Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from, and why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II. It was such tremendous, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, which was coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genos, meaning people or class, in the sense of a class of family, and fide, meaning to kill, like as in homicide or suicide or patricide. So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful and of course has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations. So genocide is a little too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, as Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? Well, actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about we're offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. The term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burnt up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot and others, but still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? How do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I think it's a very problematic term. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586, before the Common Era and year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of temples and the theological baggage of Islam. But one last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term used for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regards to destruction of this population of people. There are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann Göring from the Nuremberg trials, and he used terms like this, end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, so therefore we use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less outward adherence to traditional or Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of the traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from without. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism that Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred, and when we get to the modern period, there is a very quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. For example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races, and once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, is Die Sünde wider das Blut, in Zeitraum, the sin against the blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany were much more assimilated actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, in this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher and propagandist. This is a book for children called The Gift Pills, the poison toadstool. Right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you'll always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. That's the kind of thing that goes on now. Piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of a vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly race-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath it. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age in. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a chilling image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he Vienna School of Art, a rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later. He always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, II, and this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of nationalist, white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. And he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which was used at that time, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian. Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, and we would prosecute the war together. But that's the later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. Here's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back. And the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won. Hitler, when he came back from the war, was very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence of jail, very brief duration, allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs, and while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s, but he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33%, with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. The Jews were removed from civil service, from courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get up. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there are very few countries who would actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. The war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltic states from either side and to divide it between them. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video, we will discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that Jews experienced under Soviets. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltics in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was primarily through these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones back in Germany. But it did not seem clear that the Nazis really had a solid plan for what they were going to do with the Jews of Eastern Europe. While the Nazis had planned to advance their military advance in Poland, it does not seem that they had clearly thought out what they were going to do with the Jewish population. More than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seemed clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east. And so they created this section called the General Government, here shown in Polish. It's the green area. It was expanded after 1941 to include the Galicia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There were actually many voices that suggested that ghettos were not a good idea, that it would increase disease, that it would allow for greater possibilities of resistance and so on. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region that the Nazis had conquered. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves at Nazi borders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews could simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population, which would frequently denounce them, blackmailing them for funds, and often they were at severe risk of being murdered by Nazi soldiers. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came into the regions that they took over, they frequently went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war, and they would go to essentially the president of the Kila or the Federation, to use a modern term, and they would say, all right, we would like the following things from the community now, a list of names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and any valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders of the Kila, the local Jewish elected leaders, would refuse, and they would be shot on the spot. The Nazis would then turn to a second generation of vice presidents and treasurers and put the same demands to them. If they refused, they would also be shot. And at some point, they would eventually get a local Jewish leadership, which they called the Judenrat, or the Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like the go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population, right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those Judenrat leaders were really quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. Adam Chernak, who's shown here, who was the leader of the Judenrat in Warsaw, he left behind a diary in which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son who was missing and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly compressing fist that the Nazis held around the Jewish population and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing cyanide. Other Judenrat leaders, such as Chaim Rothschild, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves at the cost of the suffering of a larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Liechtenstein ghetto by Winkowski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist, messianic-like figure who was frequently derided in the local population as a king sign for the way in which he lorded over the population. It seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in Łódź, which was run by Winkowski, it seems that the model was reductionist, meaning that there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort. And Łódź was a major textile center, and Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linings and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jews of Łódź, and somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Chernak was active, seemed to be attritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto was simply to have the Jews starve to death. And very few provisions were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or of typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle in goods from outside the walls. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by the so-called Jewish police, who were set up by the Judenrat and were hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that of starvation and privation, mass death. But there were also some heroic internal activities, such as in Warsaw, the creation of underground medical schools and theatrical performances and lending libraries. Really an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return the semblance of normalcy to their existence, even under these unimaginable conditions. There was also, unfortunately, a very active black market and even activities like nightclubs and so on. A tremendous amount of gambling, prostitution, organized crime happening in the ghetto as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were productionist, whether they were attritionist, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto resistance. The uprising occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of the fact that the resistance had been really quite late. The ghetto was largely emptied of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a small remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, lead the Nazis. On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Kalmas Shapiro, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews to hear Hasidic philosophy and giving Jews strength under these unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, which will involve the death camps. And it's to that we will turn next in this series. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? It's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. You'll see my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the General Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. This was very common in many of these camps, that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today to have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I'm hoping it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. And those of you who have been with the channel for a while know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher, Corin Publishers in Jerusalem, to produce a 3-volume history of the Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that would be dignified yet affordable, and would be the perfect bar mitzvah gift for the next century. That's my goal. I think it's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day, I'm sending the manuscript to the publisher for the first volume. It looks like I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic, a few months before when I really got started. And I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how you can be involved if you haven't been already. First of all, the really different thing that I think I tried with this particular volume, and I think it's been successful, is I crowdsourced a certain amount of the research by sketching out the chapters in a series of about 100-odd videos, which I call Jewish History Lab. I've added a few other series as well since then. And I'm really pleased to say that it's got a big response. There's been 9.2 million views on the channel, which is a mind-boggling number, about 75,000 subscribers, and 300 channel members who get involved in a much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that, because my channel does tend to get a little bit confusing when I work on different projects, I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and then I added the draft chapters as we went along. So far, 120 students have gone through the Biblical Jewish History course, and in this particular course, I've got the best feedback ever. Really, really useful stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how I shaped this particular thing. It's been fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the Biblical Jewish History course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. I'll put the links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might, shape it one way or another, or you'd like to read what other people think and maybe engage in a little bit of community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. We would love to have you. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos. Have a really good day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to be beginning the Jewish History Lab series again with you. And you may be wondering, especially if you have been binge watching the Jewish History Lab, wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be going more into the modern period? What are we doing here in the Dark Ages? Well, there's actually a really good reason. As you will recall, the whole point of this Jewish History Lab series is to help me sort of sketch out what I wanted to say in this major book that I'm writing for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. It's a 3-volume survey of Jewish history. And just yesterday, so pleased, I finally sent the manuscript of volume 1 off to the editors there to start working their magic on it. And I'm hoping that in about a year or so, it will be available in print. And now I'm working on volume 2. This morning I got up early, started writing volume 2. And of course, it's dealing with the medieval period. So I want to go back to this format of sketching out my lectures, a little bit more fleshed out than we may have discussed in the first time we went through this. And well, I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's talk now about the question of, was there a Jewish Dark Age? First of all, what does that term, Dark Age, actually mean? It comes primarily from 18th and 19th century European historiography, which posits a map that looks something like this. If you look at the y-axis, that's basically measuring like civilization. Up high, you have like advanced and literary civilization, all kinds of arts and things like that, sciences, and at the bottom you have very little. And the x-axis represents time, flowing from left to right. This philosophical model of history basically posits that you have in the Greco-Roman period this huge flourishing of civilization. That's represented here in the work of Raphael, the Scuola di Atene, the School of Athens, that shows all of these philosophers standing around in this gorgeous facility with domes and all kinds of anachronistic devices, but nevertheless, it's like a big intellectual party where everyone's having this symposium-like atmosphere of discussing high ideas. Right in the center, of course, is Aristotle and Plato. Plato on the left and Aristotle on the right, and below them on the steps is Socrates. There's stories of that, but not for now. And this civilization represents like a peak in human attainments and achievements, let's say in the 5th and 4th century before the Common Era. Then you begin to go into a period of decline that is especially marked by the fall of Rome. Here's a 19th century Russian rendition of what that must have looked like. Rome was sacked several times in the 400s. This one is kind of interesting because you see on the center right, there's the menorah represented here, being taken away from the Temple of Jupiter, where it had laid since the conquest of the province of Judea in the year 70. And so the fall of Rome represents the end of that glorious civilization, the Greco-Roman civilization. And then you go into this period called the Dark Ages, which is characterized by, according to this model, lack of literacy and culture and arts and things like that. There's still some pretty fascinating things going on, but generally it's not nearly the level of attainments that you have in the Greco-Roman period. Then there's this amazing rebirth, which is called, of course, the Renaissance. That's what the term rebirth means, which occurs in the mid-1300s and onward. The classic, architectural demonstration of that is this building, the Duomo in Florence, which is such a remarkable representation of the Renaissance, because when they first built this facility, they wanted to build a dome on the top, which kind of echoed their imagination of what it must have been like in Greece and Rome, but nobody knew how to build it on an engineering level. How do you create a dome across a gap of 140 feet? So they left the building blank as they were constructing it, saying, figuring one day someone will figure this out. This is like a tremendous chutzpah, architectural chutzpah, and of course someone came along, figured out the technology, and it was hugely influential. You see this kind of dome echo in Rome and even in Washington and all kinds of places where you have it. So that's the Renaissance. If we look at this graphically, you put these together and you see that the model of Dark Ages is that it goes from a height in the Greco-Roman period down into the depths of culture in the so-called Dark Ages, and then rises up again in the Renaissance and just theoretically keeps going up and up and up. So that's basically this term Dark Ages, the period where Europe went dark, that we didn't have nearly as much culture and literacy and things like that. And it's also called the Middle Ages because it's in the middle of these two peaks, right? It's a valley in the middle of these two peaks. So that's basically the model. It is very Christian and Eurocentric, and it basically denies the kind of cultural activities that are happening elsewhere in the world, in particular places like the Middle East and East Asia and so on. So here's our question for today. Was there a Jewish Dark Age? I mean, after all, the Jews are heavily involved in all of these cultures. Did they experience the same drop-off? So first of all, let's just think for a second about the theological approach to time. And there's so much to say about this, but just very briefly, if we put on the same scale the y-axis being culture, civilization, and so on the x-axis we put time. So you begin with Moses right up here. I always love this kind of picture. I saw the Ten Commandments when I was about, 8 years old. That has a huge impact on me. I always it's too bad it goes in my mind. I never think of Moses as anyone other than Charlton Heston. But anyways, there you go. And then what happens after this supreme moment of closeness to God, of the revelation at Sinai, when every Jew actually heard the first two commandments uttered by the voice of God, wow, overwhelming. How can you get any closer to developing than that? And from that point on, it's just a steady downhill. There's nowhere to go from that peak. And so this is called Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. That at least on the level of spirituality, the world must go into a period of decay, because how can you get any closer to God than that particular moment? But this is not a historical model. This is like a spiritual kind of mental model of theological structure of the universe. How does it work in terms of history? So it depends a lot, obviously, on what you measure. If we go back to our chart again, and we stay at the very bottom, politically, you have the fall of the Judean political entity at the hands of the Romans, the destruction of the temple, the fall of Masada, shown here in 74, and Jews go into a period of political wandering where, if everything worked by natural law, you would think that these people would simply disappear. But nevertheless, what they end up doing is they focus deeply on cultural literacy. The Mishnah travels with the Jews outside of the land of Israel in their 2,000-year exile. And that turns out to be a phenomenal catalyst for spiritual, cultural civilization development. You have tremendous figures. I'm just going to pick a few, like Hasta ibn Chabrut. Here's a Spanish language novel about this tremendous Spanish courtier. You have the great Maimonides. I mean, we're talking about tremendous achievements in culture when most of Europe was still living at a very low cultural level. The Jews were actually increasing the level of culture. So it's hard to say that they had anything like a dark age, that in reality, the trajectory was definitely upward. So can we use that same model? So that's really what we're going to study for the next several weeks as we look at this Middle Ages and trying to understand when the trajectory of Jewish culture and civilization mirrored that of the decline after Rome, and where, as in many places, we see that culture actually expanding and developing. So to answer the question we began with, I think it's really hard to speak of a Jewish dark age in the sense of a huge lull in Jewish creative cultural activity. It really goes pretty much constantly through many of these periods. There may be a few centuries where Jewish history goes dark in the sense that we simply don't have any data on what was happening with Jews living in this place or in that sphere. I think the Visigothic domain comes to mind, for example. But we don't know what was going on in the Jewish community. But the overall trajectory is definitely positive in nature. And that speaks to the stubborn resistance of the Jewish people to simply disappear from the world stage. They continue to develop their culture, their civilization, their literary works, and really, it's a fascinating story. I'm looking forward to sharing with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now. At the beginning of the so-called medieval period, the Dark Ages, with a look at the Jews of the Bible. Now, let's understand the role of geography of the Jewish people. So let's look at this. This is 60th century. We call it the Clover Root. We translate it. We like to make these kind of ideas that express the more philosophical thought on how the world is organized. And this is what my page shows. It's cloverleaf. We talk about this Europe, the top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. All Jews feature presented in Jerusalem. Now, this is Jewish background, obviously. You can see the Jewish crosses there. Self-as a Protestant minister, not especially successful as we are as a minister, but really successful as a matchmaker. You can see America, the New World is up to the left there. Israel, of course, is right at the center of the three continents. In fact, when we look at Israel from a satellite, you can see that's basically true. Africa to Europe and Asia through the land of Israel. And we note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley, which is very common. But basically, to the right, to the east of that Jordan River Valley, is like a massive desert. So basically, anywhere from, let's say, the very rich agricultural delta, Egypt, which is just to the left of the land of Israel there, up to the region of Mesopotamia, which would be the extremely right towards the middle, that first area there. The only way to get A to B is through Israel. That's called the Israel trestle. Sort of C-shaped from Egypt to Israel. Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get these two continents. The roads developed this way from ancient times. Here's I'm showing the roads from Egypt to the right of Fertile Crescent. And they have to go through the land of Israel. There are two major routes. One is called the Dera so the way of the sea, which basically cuts the coast of the Israel and cuts to the east. And then there was the Dera the King's Highway, which is through the holy city of Brooklyn, New York, where it skirted under the Dead Sea and made its way up the eastern part of the Jordan Valley. Like the turnpike version, where there are maybe more toll sites, extra those streets were big roads too. This is true. And like caravan, different expensive, robbers and prisoners on the way. Much easier ways to travel prisoners. This really was crossroads geographically and economically. That was the case for thousands of years. It's important to note, of course, that not only goods travel up and down the streets, but also ideas. Thought traveling conditions those conditions further afield as the anchor of the. So, what is it about that? Now, how good class early dark ages? Let's have a look at this fascinating place called the Cap, which is located in Jordan. It's also pronounced Hebrew, but in Arabic is Nagara. Here is the map itself, which was made originally as a mosaic of a church in the 6th century at the time of the Byzantine church. And it was covered over. The church itself was abandoned in the 8th century and was eventually resettled and covered it over with tiles, which were discovered again during 1884 renovation. It was partially damaged and obscured by the pillars and things like that, but we got a much better look at this fragmentary map in this reconstruction. It's absolutely gorgeous and amazing. It's obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to the Holy Land. They're coming from the east, and they stop at this church, and they get oriented as to what's going on in Israel, what should they do. Now, like many ancient maps, it is oriented from the east to the north, right? So you have to imagine as you look at this map, the south, let's say that the bottom of the map, you've got standing with your feet in the Atlantic Ocean. You're looking towards the east. The big sort of blob in the middle is the Dead Sea. To the left of it, the Jordan River flows into it. All photographs with various sites of Christian significance, mentioned Christian scriptures, and things like that. So visitors will be able to tour these sites and understand something about the located. Here's a beautiful depiction of the holy city of Jerusalem, a city that is mosaic, which, by the way, is repeated millions of times over 30 square feet. It says at the top there, Greek, egg-like, almost the Usa, last part is called the holy city of Jerusalem. This is, you clearly see the original design of Jerusalem. Running through the center is the road cargo. I was actually personal experience with the cargo because when I was a young undergraduate at the university, which is cargo cafe, just to the right of the cargo there. To the left would be the Damascus Gate, and it's actually laid out with very specific proportions and very accurate to our always having reconstructed. So here you get the idea of Israel still as a big center, biggest pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy to Jews who are still living from that. But this region eventually was conquered by the Muslims in the 7th century as the Slavs retreated through the region. Of course, that would be the subject as well. Just one last detail to go before we leave this map of Muslims. This is a fascinating picture. This is a close-up of the two fishermen on the Dead Sea. As you see, the boat is very clearly delineated. You can see the mast, curled up sail there, but the fishermen themselves. So it appears that the Muslims, out of this map, they were like, let's attempt to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous work of art, extremely useful, but at the same time, it depicts the human form, which was considered anathema to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. So what they did was they sort of vandalized that. They removed the bodies and faces of the fishermen, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic with other tiles to disguise their original. Just see their hands and feet sticking out of those sort of potato-like shapes. Well, fellow students of Jewish history, let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Beit Alpha mosaic. We'll return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between the year 200 and the year 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century and the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel especially, is attacked by Adrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation wrought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of the Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who was known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty. There's several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, or usually the second or third name, and so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla, because they had similar names in other names. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's that moment in time when Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the mission. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium, that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims conquered, they would rename it Istanbul. This represents an eastern and a western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, a very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia, which really worked out, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed on the battlefield, and the idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in the year 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later, in 634, and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening here. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of Jewish people is, of course, the development of the academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they're centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, I think, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size, since there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures there were definitely significant figures in the south. In Lida, for example, the Talmud speaks about the Chachmei Arom, the sages of the south, but most of the activities happened. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Nasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in the year 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through 2 major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population of Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Nasi was going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussions of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew. That these terms Palestinian Talmud in Hebrew and English, you will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was reported by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is a period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Umbedita and Surah are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back in discussion. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called nechute. The term nechute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as Yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rabbi Dimi came, i.e. from the land of Israel, he said, hey, this is what they're saying in Israel. That really cross-fertilized ideas and was extremely important for creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially what we study today. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odenatus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, in the Talmud is Tadmor. This is a region that was allied with Rome, and was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness, that Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on his proxy. So why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived. He destroyed the yeshiva of Nehardah in the year 259, which was right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Umbedita and so on, but that's maybe a little more detail. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Ravina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they had been discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document, and it was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Ravashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active for academic Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps its most significant modern development is the institution of something called daf, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day. A daf is the size of one page, and this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next stop in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it daily. And I'm very proud, putting a little plug here, for participating in something called Al Daf, which I'm putting on the screen here. Al Daf is taking the whole Daf experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do, I'm really happy about, is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in Daf. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they're often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? On so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that will get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up a discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. I'm willing to have a chance to look at the book, or you can look at the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in 7, a day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where, you have your hand, the electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory, like, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it, is the idea of monotheism. Very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we've talked about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you have temples, which were manned by specialists, like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Rabbi. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. The synagogue is a public place. The synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by a community engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we tie to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. Now, there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you'd want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvaot across the lands of Israel, the ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walked into a synagogue today, you would see they are filled with plaques, Shlomi dedicated to Aaron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father. And, this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community in the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Etenus, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Quran, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Haftorah, for example. and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those in need from abroad. So it appears that this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It's a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue, which his fathers founded with the elders and Simon. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. It's a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic. And on top of it is this interesting kind of register. Let's bring this up here. And it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. Has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah, and menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside, and you've got all of the the 12 signs of the zodiac, labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europa synagogue. I'll show you later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europa synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? And especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic. When they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than, depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant, more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, you display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is Patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from him, which is also fascinating because if Jews are traditionally aniconic, they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the 10 Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. At any rate, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see, all kinds of things happen. Here's the ram that's tied to the bush and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Duro in the Ropes. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. And so what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements and especially from light. And so when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, the density, the artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. Three of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" It's just so evocative. Such a great example of Byzantine art. Here is an example. It looks like you've got, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious, and on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, it's strange for iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of like action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and quite timely because I'm recording this the last days of the month of Shvat, and next month is going to be the month of Adar when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on a throne next to King Ahasuerus, who is receiving a letter, right? Very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. This was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to, facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making this part up. I think it looks pretty. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of the diaspora in the 1st century in particular. You see there are Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the 3rd century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size. So you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and in Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. It might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple of centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision, things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time, and the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem Babylonian times, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups. In Greek translation, for example, the Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, you know what, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship. And more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, religio lecita, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as we move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's I think they wouldn't say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that would put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion, but there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. It doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yeshu, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century, when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as, various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in translation by Raymond Marti, of course, it would be horribly scandalous, and it would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community, because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shaped. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document, the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora, the creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the First Roman-Jewish War, a tremendous persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion, that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them, although with tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, in the region, in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews as they flee to the north in particular and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is named Aelia Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions like the night of the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to essentially the administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the 3rd century to merge.
How old are you? How old are you?
Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon of the 3rd century end, by the time we get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crush mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch that would enter the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that will allow the Jews to exist in diaspora. And that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it was written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you're paying attention to the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? The reality is, it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias, in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sipori, Sepphoris language. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud. Its younger sister, the Babylonian Talmud, referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Ma'arava, which means the Talmud of the West.